Hi, it's me, your boy. And welcome to the stream. I'm not technically starting just yet, but I figured do away with the precursors. I don't know how many people will be here tonight that did not see last week's stream, and it's understandable if nobody did, or if there's some people that didn't that are going to be here tonight. I don't want people to feel isolated just because they missed the stream. But as far as I have the idea. I feel like we're not going to be too far detached from the rest of going forward without knowing all the details of what happened in the last one. But I don't know. So we'll be starting here in a minute. Or a few anyway. You launched the game at the very least, so we have some kind of background. Because I turned off the music. Where did my thing go? Here I am. Here we are. Ah, those sound effects. So satisfying. I shall keep this off of on if I'm not technically starting yet. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not all sure who's here yet. It'll be counterintuitive to start when not everyone, or at least the collective of you, is here yet. It seems a little foolish, but I guess that's what happens when we play story-driven games. I guess I don't know how intense or not intense and not what's the word. I don't know, but I don't know how involved the story will be from early on, or if it's going to be one of those like setup chapters where they establish characters and establish them for the game moving forward. I'm not sure really. My mic's not muted, is it? Basic pains. I don't know. I've been having a lot of computer problems lately when it came to downloading or loading things lately, especially today. Now it's like I resist the urge just to start pinging Discord, but then I remembered, oh, I already did that at the start. So there's not much reason to. Bonk. Continue, load games. What are these options? While we're sitting down here waiting. Voices are on, but I almost never hear them talk. They just talk like the objections and stuff. You can turn off screen flashes? Huh. Subtitles. Wait, what? When are they gonna be speaking for me to... what? I don't know. What the heck even is autoplay anyway? Some accolades. How do I even look at my accolades? Is there a way to do that? Now it seems like the people that were here are leaving. Oh no. How much longer do I wait though? I'm sitting here with that dilemma. Do I just go now or what do I do? I'll put one more announcement. Oops, that was my Bing. I should probably mute that. Sorry about that. I swear, I was just chatting with everybody like freaking 10 minutes ago before the stream started in Discord, and then all of a sudden everyone has just completely vanished. Yo, it's Ramirez. Oh, you're struggling for making video? Ah, I see. How goes it, my man? I forgot what the heck the freaking pink icon was. Oh, hey, that's the VIP icon. Why the long face? No, I was reading something. No. Do I seem off? I don't know. I'm just I kind of zonked out for a second there mentally because I didn't want to start without people here because it's just kind of one of those type of games where it's like, you know, Ace Attorney died in the 3DS era. I mean, it depends on your definition of dead. I mean, we haven't had a new game since like what, 2016, maybe 2017. One of those two. Spirit of Justice was the last new game we've had. It's been like 4 or 5 years since we had a new installment. But they re-released the trilogy, the original trilogy, on the Switch and other systems. And then we got this here, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which has never been in America, so it's all fresh territory for me. I'm surprised they went ahead and did the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles first, as opposed to, say, like what some might call the Apollo Justice trilogy. Maybe it's just because that series is a little harder to market. I don't really know, honestly. But I think the entire series technically right now exists on the 3DS. That's really only one console old, so. Alright, so what I'm probably going to do, I'll do a brief. I don't know if anyone who all was still here, or you all was here that wasn't here last time. So, like, a brief kind of idea. A very brief synopsis of what happened in the last stream, which was an entire episode, which I should not have done, but I didn't. We'll leave that there. The last time we played, there was what was it? The protagonist was the victim of a framed crime where he was framed for murder. The broski, what's his name? Kazuma? I think it's Kazuma was how you say his name. Not Kazuya, Kazuma. And he was our defense, except for when we decided to do our defense ourselves or something like that. So the two of us found out some gentle British woman murdered some British professor in a Japanese restaurant. And had to go through the whole spiel to prove she did it, but she gets off scot-free because, you know, the fancy terms of diplomatic immunity and whatnot. So, quite an interesting little thing. It set up a lot of stuff, sure, but, like, that's kind of the gist of it. So, I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah! So, I'll go ahead now and start. We'll continue where we left off, which was... we finished all of episode 1, so we're now going to episode 2. Investigation part 1. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Okay. And is that freaking the Sherlock Holmes outfit in that silhouette? That looks like it. I had heard the protagonist of this game was a descendant, not of Phoenix Wright, but a descendant of Sherlock Holmes, but maybe it's a 2 type of thing? I don't really know. I remember hearing that back in the day. Maybe that was what it was in the Japanese version. I don't know. But let's go ahead and start. So let's see. Episode 2. I said that. The Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You'll see it, Wilson," he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Okay. The 9th of January, 6:37 a.m. On board the steamship Beria? Okay. Oh, it's auto-advancing. What is happening? What the heck?
So then, let us unravel this mystery. And discover what events led to this curious murder.
What?
Pray,
Yo, wait, what the?
The cabin door was bolted from the inside on the
You're just in time, actually, Sora.
No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered in any way. So, this would appear to be a not mystery.
Uh-oh, wait a minute.
In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset.
How many times have I seen that in the Ace Attorney franchise?
A Russian word.
Wait, it's...
Saying the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis. This is a most extraordinary...
But that's Japanese.
And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact,
What?
it was written by someone with a different nationality.
It's a gun! Is it a paint gun? What the heck is happening?
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself.
Okay. Uh-oh. Those thick 3DS outlines.
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
Da! No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
That will.
I have no idea, Sora.
You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder, and it can be locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
What kind of accent is that?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world.
Oh my god.
Holmes. I presume.
Oh no. Oh, so I wasn't wrong when I heard that. So who was in the closet? British! British and Japanese. Ugh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Herlock Sholmes. Wait, Ryunosuke. I can't move. It's us. I'm in chains. Ah, what the? Wow. You know what? Now we're the new Maya Fey. Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now? Hmm? I'm not gonna be able. Oh, you're really like. I had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe you know how. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Da, we found you, and now you pay. Criminal! How long you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, hmm? Sorry? Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. One thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh, hi! Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? This isn't what it looks like! I'm sure it's not. Why are we here on the boat? Okay, I'm missing a lot of information here. So first off, where's the homeboy at? Second of all, why am I on the boat? Third off, why are you, oh, whoops. Why are you on the boat with me? Or are we on the boat at the same time? I am unsure about a lot of things. Also, Herlock Sholmes. Okay. I am missing a lot of info. Don't look at me with that angry face. Miss Susato. Wait. What did you just say? Take his life? I'm confused as well. Yes, do not worry, Ramirez. Basically, we were the information from the previous episode does not seem to be relevant right now, other than knowing who she is and who we are. Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Yes! That's the question I want to know! That's the question I want to know the answer to, I mean. Ha! You pretend you don't know. You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. Or in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuha-sama's body was discovered not long. No! No! I'm wounded! No! You mean to tell me the murder victim is Kazuma? No! There's his sword! Here, in this very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Oh god, she's mad. Now, I don't blame her for being mad. His body? Please. Do not try to tell us you are doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. I didn't make any sounds, but her body has been discovered. No, you can't do this to me. He was the best boy. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I... Oh, no. I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? I didn't do it! Answer me, please! I didn't do it. No. I didn't do it. No! That's exactly how I feel. This is not what I wanted to come up and start up the game and see. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Ah. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Wait, what? What do you mean? Ha 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 ha! Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? Now, there you go. Okay, so that's the explanation as to why we're on the ship. We're a stowaway. How's Bondo down? You need me to back up from the ship down. Exactly. It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd fit inside my trunk. You must even less of a man than you look. Ouch! Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days till we dock in Great Britain. 50 days?! What?! That's a long time to be stuck on a boat with a locked room mystery. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I'll get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from you, secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba. Is it Mikotoba? Mikotoba. I assume that's how you would say it, like Mikotoba. I'm trying. We're in an enclosed room, yet his bandana still finds wind to blow in. Exactly. Even in death, the bandana does not stop. Oh, that's Google. From your close friend. More to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. Man, imagine being stuck in a room for 50 days. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? It's wrong. Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. So that's how we got stuck inside the wardrobe. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. I'll keep my collection in there. Kazuma keeping me in the closets. Well, not anymore. His death has freed me. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet till then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Wait, leave me? What? Wait, what? So I'm not being arrested? I'm just gonna be dumped at who knows where? Your Honor, they were boyfriends. That's fine. Mikotoba could be mine. Murderer? No, I'm not a murderer! Duh, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right! I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Your Honor, he's on my lock screen. I would never. No, no. I don't like this look she's not giving me. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you, too. Oh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. I need to behave myself. There are children present. Actually, not really. I mean, this game is rated for mature, right? This is a mature game, technically, isn't it? No, it's a teen-rated game. Never mind. Flushed! Guys, why? This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. She's been eating the back ants. Stop! Stop. Alright, Kazuma's death. I'm upset. I'm upset. Right, flirt later. Morning now. Hold on. He really has been killed, hasn't he? It isn't a bad dream. And these handcuffs. They think I did it. They think I'm Kazuma's killer. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. So how did they get in? What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or, to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Thanks. Or do you have some other explanation? I literally just woke up, ma'am. Please don't look at me that way. This is impossible. How did he die, then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Woman, you were there in court with me! Why would I kill him? I have nothing to gain! Please, I can't read Japanese! You have to tell me. Sasusan. The cause of death is still undetermined. Susato, I think. They don't know how he died? What if it's an elaborate prank? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Alright, so what else happened? Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you knew the answer to better than anyone. Would you please? Oh my god. Please. Whatever you say. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... he would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. Oh no, she liked him, didn't she? But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at this cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. I don't blame her, she had good taste. The crewmen forced the cabin door open, and we managed to get inside. And there was Kazuma-san, collapsed on the floor. This doesn't look like a prank. And the white tape there showed exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me, too. Trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. Ugh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Oh, more stuff. Best boy and Ryan. No, Ryan knows. Valid point. Why are you even on board this ship, Naharuto-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-san's cabin so long without him... For so long without him noticing? No, 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 no! That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Neither do I! Why would you want my company when you have her company instead? Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? They were boyfriends. Well, if he's the descendant of Phoenix Wright, I guess that's impossible. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. She's so sad to us. I was waiting for it. Oh, the wind is back. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Were we not in training for that? What were you a student for? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. I guess we were at school for something else? Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world, in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? How you gonna get me... Excuse me, how you gonna get me back? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Yeah, I'm like, hello? Nothing. Forget it. What? She ain't gonna buy that! She don't buy that at all! Look at her! Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. That way that his headband flows in the wind. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. That's true. Susasato-san. Sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. Wow, she just read the mind. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. The banana blows in the void. Are we gonna convince her or not? If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Please remember something, Ryunosuke. Well, see, the thing is, I don't really remember. See, that's not gonna fly! That's not gonna fly! You need to think of something! Think, stupid boy. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself in that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. That look on her face. I have protag amnesia. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Oh my god. Stop. Well, yes. She's not gonna buy it. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do. But it's the truth. If I only woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't have been in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please forget it. This is more... This is Christopher Nolan's Memento. What is that? What is going on outside? What is out there? The lawnmower thing is in here. What is making that noise? Susasato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? God, imagine if this was all one big elaborate prank, I swear to God. It's just... You ever experiment just air frying things all the time? Did Kazuma drug us? It could have been. Dude, what if he did? Oh my God! Yeah, but okay, because, yeah. Oh, God. I really... Kazuma's actually the same name. He just been... Air frying is a fascinating process. Because that would... If Kazuma set this up, that would explain the locked room, the drug knockout, the writing, like us being sealed inside of the cabinet. I don't understand why. Why did this have to happen? Ugh! I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. Oh no, she's... Oh no! I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen! Well, what do you propose to do then? Stupid child. I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. When Herlock Sholmes is here on the case, it ain't gonna work. So I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to excuse me. Yeah! Holy crap! Oh no! Holy Jesus! She'd be like, "Nah, son! Get on the floor!" She just got instantly more cool. I'm just saying. What the? That was a Sasuto takedown. God. A Sasuto what? What martial art form is that? I'm gonna need you to prove it. Nobody could possibly clean up all the crumbs. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. Mizuki moment. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Man, I didn't think I had to do it again! Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Sasuto-san to believe me. That's true. My heart won't be at ease if she just hates me. To show some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Okay. Paper seal. Kazuma would stick this on over the doors in the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, so I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. Well, here we go. Yes, sir! Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember it clearly. Really? Because I can't see anything clearly. I'm still upside down. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward and another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally he did the same last night as well. Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. I don't know if I'd say impossible, but... I mean, come on, girl. How much more do you need? I'm getting dizzy here. You know, I was thinking the same thing. Did she flip us onto the bed or something? Or to the table? None of those things are in shot. It could be. Like we're just hanging off the back of the bed or something. I don't know. I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to break the mood. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, never mind. Never mind. We're on the floor. Don't you think the camera should be? I mean, that's not what I'm trying to go for, but don't you think the camera should be a little bit lower? Like, Never mind. That's my head where I think we're secretly Spider-Man. Instant deny. Yes. Can I get up? I can see why Kazuma thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susasato-san. I mean, you flipped a person on the ground who literally had their hands bind. I mean, that's not really fair. She's probably still stronger, though. I mean, still. She completely flipped him over. Now, do you think you could perhaps help me up? I don't know. She's kind of dashing from this angle. Well, oh no, yeah, the whole, right? In light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? Not, she didn't say that! Chill out! I'm sorry. No. Well, yes, but actually, no. What? You have to earn her trust, man. I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put Sign back in position. Girl, what? Okay. What does she think I am, a magician? Wrong end of the Ace Attorney timeline. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susasato. I can't see her name right at all. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I won't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Woman, what? Show him your locks. I can't reach my phone! Gender assumed. I'm done for. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear. I will avenge your death. I really hope this is just one big elaborate prank. Why are we wait, what? Oh, this is just, okay. Moving onward. Oh, God, he is menacing. He's been standing there the whole time? Okay, so I can't... Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Let's start one thing at a time. Okay, first off, I don't know why this looked... So I did it from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. That doesn't look like a chicken bone! Excuse me? Lady Christ. What the heck is happening over there? It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? Casual smiling in the middle of murder investigation. Stop! This woman's smile is going to literally murder me. I swear to God. But did you eat it on the floor? Stop! Her expressions are killing me. Help! Help! I'm dying! I'm not a dog, Susasato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Why does she look so legitimately confused? I'm not a dog. He'd be like, I'm not a dog, but I will bark if asked. I'm not a simp. It's not the same. Which begs the question of when and how did the plate end up on the floor? That is not how he said it, but that's how I chose to say it. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? Well, because it was for me. No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean... Oh no, what are you going to say? Poor Kazuma-sama spent his last on Earth with an empty belly? Like, what? It's just too horrible. I can't get a read on this one. I can't. Dogs and Simps, two characters that bark on command. That is pretty sad to think about, though, don't you think? Now how do I... Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Oh, God. Wait. Oh, dear. That won't do. Wait, what's happening now? Oh, what's the matter, Susasato-san? I can't say her name right. Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly. Okay. Wait, this happens regularly for you. What? Please tell me that Best Boy was just passed out due to hunger. Yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Stop! Don't make me feel bad for you on top of everything! Is that what you mean? I'm sure you're careful to look around using blood, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. That's what I was doing. I don't know why you felt the need to tell me that. I'm not gonna get mad. I can't, but I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. It's Capcom. I'm just looking for the innuendo and everything. Oh, good. They mark everything with a check mark. That's nice to know. Oh, I have to look around with the control stick though. There's nothing on this table at all. No, there is not. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last time when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't even remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. Oh god, stop! So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-san. What? Excuse me, why did you jump to that? I always get hungry and then bleed all over. He wasn't bleeding. It's too sad. My boyfriend, Ryan's boyfriend is dead. I mean, there's no blood. I mean, that's ink on the floor. No! Oh my god. Is that something? CG, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Stop! Look, I get you don't trust me. You don't have to guilt me too. Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on this ship. That was his fault, not mine. It wasn't... Well, I mean, we had a choice. Kazuma is not straight. He was an inkling all along. He's not... I mean, he's not? I don't... I don't know. It could be either way. Now you're gonna bring that up, are you? I can't win. No, you can't. She has decided. Okay. Oh my god, this control stick. Samurai sword. That's Kazuma-san's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Wait, Ice, what did you correct was to was? I'm so confused. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on his trip. I would imagine so! I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. No, that's not a thing. I visited it thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Oh, that's not a... Let's look at the door. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy. It just slides across to secure the door shut. Dead people don't have gay rights. Kazuma is dead. Dead people don't have gay rights. But like, oh, well, okay, well. We technically have to be straight, I guess, because the bloodline can't end here, I guess, if we're actually Phoenix rights. And I mean, I guess technically it wouldn't be that type of ancestor. Never mind, I guess the jury's still out. It's quite a small bolt. Okay, I read that already. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. But it could be. I mean, that's true. That's always the option. That's the third option that no one thinks about. I don't think about it. I'm sorry. I'm a straight wired brain. I can't. I'm sorry. It does not come naturally to me. You're coping, Sora. You're coping, Sora. Wait. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. So do I. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Oh, wait, what's she doing? Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. She just freaking pulls out a book out of her pocket. Not out of her pocket, out of her sleeve. She just brings it around. But the door of this cabin and its frame were made of metal, and they sealed together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Stop! I can't. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles up and down my spine. You said that already! Just different than... Oh, is this anything important? Let's see. It's a thing. These are rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burra. Beria? Is that how would... It's Capcom. It's got to be a pun somewhere. Why is... I love the fact that it's probably in Russian and English, but not Japanese. I see warning in English. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. I never have, but I've never had sleeves to do that before. I have pockets like a human being. Why are we bringing orientations to a serious crime scene? It's a coping mechanism, Ramirez. Ow, something stuck in my nose. Okay, anyway. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Where do the pets go? Well, what about the sword? Mm-hmm. What? What are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or... Give me a minute. I wasn't expecting that. I like her a lot. It just makes me laugh. Just that innocent face. Are you a weapon or a pet? I can't. We're Kazuma's pet, apparently. I don't, but Ryunosuke definitely probably barks when asked. So probably. I can't compose myself. Anyway, the fact that I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. He didn't deny it! He didn't deny it! Oh my god, this man is a simp. Alright, what's over here? The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. What's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Well, he's fallen over as well. The more this goes on, there's just more expressions. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. How does her hair work, by the way? I've been seeing it, and I'm like, how does your hair do that? Like, that would logically... It looks like it would be like a long strand in the front, but that doesn't make any sense how that works. Anyway, you see what I'm paying attention to? I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama's doing... There's Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? Stop looking at her hair. Dude, my eyes are down here. Cut a certain way, as well as lots of ribbons. I mean, I do see the ribbons. I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps... it was you, Naruhado-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. God, the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder. Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Wait, don't obstruct the crime scene! Wait, but why did you do it that way? That doesn't... What? Darling, what is the purpose of that? Okay, let us continue. There are more things to see. What the heck is this? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware, and it looks like someone just pooped on the floor. Parroting hair and keeping it still, it is hard. I would imagine I couldn't even... Whatever the thing is. Sasito breaks your arm. Obstruction of evidence! Japanese reading, my dude. Whatever the thing was, it happened. It appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little... What the... Natsuki fastener from a kimono outfit? Oh, okay. It's a good thing she knew what she was talking about, because I don't know anything. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It's sort of a brick-like hue. Yeah, you're right about... It's the color of brick, isn't it? It doesn't look like... I don't think bricks are brown like that. They're red. Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Trunk. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. And a lot of me for me, too. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says, "This way up," in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed onto the floor in here. Ouch. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Sasito takedown. No, but that doesn't have implications. Or, wait, the stowaway part. Never mind. I want to... Why can't I investigate the freaking... That's not it, is it? Does the word romantic have other meanings than what I think it does? Because it's like... I feel like it used in that context, I don't know what it's... Okay, I don't know. She gets it. Now I know who it is. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. But why would he must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. But why would he freaking... Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner. I can't read your writing. It's freaking... I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhado-san. No? What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? It's probably in reverse. Alright, so what else is in here? The desk, I guess? This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya! Oh my god, we're back on the floor! That's out of the question! I expected that. No, well, maybe not the flip, but I expected that interruption. Well, Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. Bruh, lady. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Well, unless we're going to distract her somehow, I don't think we're going to read anything. Okay, well, let's look at this. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhado-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage on your own secret hideout. Other than love romantic can also suggest idealize and often inaccurate view of reality. Oh, okay. I never actually really... That's something I probably could have looked up at any point. I just never actually bothered to. But thank you. I've learned something new today. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And the last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. That has to be such miserable experience. 50 days in a wardrobe. Bed's nothing. Air vent. Hello. And there's some kind of opening for a ventilator. Hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air to the room, surely it could be connected to the outside. It should. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. Educational category. I learned more here than I did in college. I suppose. Maybe that's it. Ah! Where did you come from? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. I don't think he's doing anything of the sort. Oh, how did he... You noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruharu-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? No. He's upside down on a desk. Oh, well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. Doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. Suspicious and tall. That's everyone to Sora. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Why would you play on a desk? Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Sasuto-san look almost uncontrollably excited? I don't know if I would call that expression excited. The mouth, her smile never travels north of the border at any point, hardly. And then I get completely proved wrong the very next sentence. By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case. If you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. That's like saying Yukiko seems happy. Exactly! Being over 6 feet is sus. Scopy. It's okay, I'm 5'11". I'm comfortably 5'11". Oh, please do. Now she's smiling all of a sudden. And why is that unnerve me? Okay, anyway. Sup, man? Get up. Excuse me. Imposter and commits murder just to solve the mystery. Yeah, I've seen that in a few things. What was the thing I've seen that in? That's freaking Goro Akechi. It's Goro, the freaking Sherlock Holmes, or Herlock Sholmes is essentially Akechi. Calling it, what if Kazuma was the imposter? Well, the game. Excuse me, do you have a moment? I couldn't hear it. What the frick? Come on, man. Shh, critical point in my investigation. I know you've had a voice earlier, but there's no way I can speak in a British accent. The woman I did last stream was more of a French woman anyway, at least my voice. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Ah! Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! Dude, his goggles are sick. I like the steampunk design. What exactly are you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? He's not going to talk to us, is he? Maybe he will. Oh god, he's a robot. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I presume. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Afghanistan? What? Why would you assume that? Sorry? What? Exactly. And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. Well, no, duh, I have shackles on! But how? But how? How? The deuce? Did I know that? Perhaps? What, the deuce? I haven't heard that phrase in a while. You gotta stop getting jump scared. You made me jump. I'm sorry. Dang, he's good. It was really, though, it's elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? Oh my god, she's smitten. I'm done. But of course, a great many things. Are they relevant? There is no mystery, my dear man. For my example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. Stop. You have 16 victims of assassination in your wake. You have traveled to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. I don't think any of those things are true. I don't even... The simp triangle has formed. And when the briband occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. Oh my god, he's a crack. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing that deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I think you're projecting, sir. The Crystal Tower is another dimension. You've got to get to England to get there. Dimensional travel is very complex, especially the 1800s. I believe this is the 1800s. It's definitely not the 1900s. I don't even see one person who fits the bill. Thank you, Rina Soke. I don't know, maybe Susasato is. Maybe she's a Russian. That would make her instantly more interesting. So it's true. No, stop. It was you. Oh my god. The simp nature has blinded her to the truth. Rina Soke. It is you who did this to Kazuma-sama. It took... What? And you're plotting a revolution, too. My dear woman, what is wrong with you? It's shameful behavior, Naruhito-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way I... Hiya! God, we're on the floor again! Now explain yourself. Tell me everything! Okay. This is ridiculous. I mean, it is. But it's still funny. Do I have to explain myself upside down, or can I get up first? How could you do it? You know me from Japan. How can I be Russian? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You're just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? No! Well, as venturing toward foreign claims, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament. The only thing you have gotten correct since you opened your mouth. Well, yes, maybe. Ah, there you have it, you see. What do you make of that? Well, to be honest, the ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Anime stupidity does tend to go way too far, then keep going. Yeah, it'll calm off soon, I'm sure. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with brassy... I don't know what that word means. And more often than not, I am right. Aha! I don't think you introduced yourself. Moving right along. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. Took off the... I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. Remind me of someone. What's with that freaking white hair? So it's really you? The actual Sherlock Holmes? What if he's an imposter? The very same. Inimitable, actual Sherlock Holmes. Where's Watson? Or whatever. Do you know this man Sasatosan? The most famous detective in the world? Narharu-san? Of course I do! There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. Except me, apparently. What planet have I been living on, then? Russia, apparently. We must ask him what he's deduced. I don't care. He'll have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Darling, please. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Because he's off his nut. I don't want to talk to this guy. He's a schmuck, and I don't want to examine. Go back. The great detective. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Please don't make him introduce himself again. Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No. I have no her. I mean, I have... That's not how you pronounce that. I have hair. Please call me Sholmes. I don't want to call you anything. When you're dumb as a brick, you tend to think more highly of smart people. Oh my god, Ice. That was a mean one. I guess Sholmes thinks this guy's smart for some reason. You read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Did I say the racist? Oh, yes! Randest. I thought that said racist. Randest magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah, yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. He's not... Early predictions. He's just some cosplayer or some nonsense pretending to be a fictional character, because Sherlock Holmes isn't real either. He's a fictional character. So we just got a fictional character believing he's another fictional character, believing another fictional character. We're just going around in circles. This is the Capcom way. Bro, just talking from experience. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then. Indeed, I am. He's a cosplayer. He's got to be. There's no way this is going to be a real dude. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective? That works just as well. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. You're probably more deluded than I take you for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trustworthy biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and then chronicles them in the magazine. Okay, well, at least he knew what I was thinking, I guess. Capcom did the same with Mike Tyson. Fair point. You have a biographer? Do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. Presumably keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? Not the same, right? Can't be. But say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of the cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. I'm not taking him seriously. He's got a good theme song, though. Deduction, you see, to me is a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. Bro, you ain't no Miles Edgeworth. Get your freaking logic out of here. A science? Oh, no. He's wowed her with stupidity. He's so stupid, she's taking it for genius, and she can't tell the difference. I mean, they're kind of similar. You just speak with enough confidence and you can't tell the difference. If you don't know the difference, you can't tell the difference. Really? Yes, thank you. Why am I suddenly the only ones with a brain in this room? The astute observer noticed even those subtle of reactions in his subject. Any prediction about him then? Yeah, hit me with it, Ice, while we're listening to him blather on. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all of these things are data. He's not wrong, but he's clearly not interpreting it right. Right. And the trained logician, that's not a word, I don't believe you, makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. Maybe it is. This is worse than the life of Brian. It gets better, Ramirez, I promise. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago, I'm not Russian! Interdimensional travel from the future on a mission to keep Ryan alive to Phoenix. I'm alright with that. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? I'm Japanese. So you see, I have a term for both observation and for deduction. And fame. Dude, he is saying absolutely nothing this whole time. I forgot this is just the first question we asked him. That is what makes me the one and only. Herlock Sholmes. Can you not say your own name? Excuse me? Oh my god. Kazuma's death, please. Let's move on to something more important. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Haven't managed to deduce anything. My dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. They would have found you eventually. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. So you're way more suspicious than me. Yes, there you go. That's a great summation. He has not said anything of real importance yet. He's just going on about himself. Basically, he has a book published about his adventures from his Dr. Wilson, which was the name of the murder victim from the last case, but whatever. Anyway. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Herlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naharuto. Yeah, way too convenient. Ugh. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Well, continue. Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please, what two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Okay, yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to... You're not using real words. That is not educate. That is not how educate is spelled. You cannot convince me. It could be, but I don't believe it. The two facts that I deduced from the mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. How do you know it was Russian? How? Where's the Russian thing coming from? Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Okay. Alright, at least he said something of importance. That doesn't look like Russian, but it could be. That's the Russian word for wardrobe. If one thing I've learned about the Ace Attorney cases, and when someone ever leaves a dying message, they never left a dying message. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? Case closed! In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma's not Russian, he's Japanese. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderbaugh maybe the name of the killer, a certain Robert Gard, perhaps. What? But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong to not look inside the wardrobe there at least. Okay, so wait, he saw the word wardrobe in Russian and then chose not to believe it was wardrobe at first. Good lord. Can we please leave this room so we can go do something more interesting than talk to this man? Where you found Mr. Naruhardo sleeping soundly. If I was a freaking murder victim, I would not sleep inside there waiting for my demise. Quite so. I found you. The removed Russian revolutionary renowned. Why is it that I'm Russian too? Does he not know what a Japanese person is? I observed you that you were wearing the same attire as the victim, otherwise you were acquainted. If my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. No, our school uniforms are the traditional dress of Russian people? I had no idea. I mean, your school, you don't wear the uniform. I had no idea the detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim in the message that I might analyze for possible hidden details. Oh, am I gonna get to see it? I mean, this was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. I'm cringing so much. What a commendable gentleman. Obviously, he doesn't see right. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Yeah, it's definitely rough. I don't believe it. Never has it been that straightforward. Not Danganronpa, not Ace Attorney, never. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhardo? No, of course not. Oh, yes, thank you. A photograph of the crime scene has been added to the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. It was written in blood. Kazuma doesn't have ink on his finger. He does not. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. Did he have it? Well, that's true. I mean, it's possible it's just on the other side, but like, you would think there'd be a little bit more of a mess considering he was dying. How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Sure. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean? That's alright? I thought that was a continuation. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and the assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Why is it fairly commonplace? Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, oh my god. I'm getting an aneurysm. Revolutionary Velen Borshvik flees Russia via Shanghai. That's supposed to be me? This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Oh, wait. He was? Since when was Kazuma Russian? Oh, no, he's talking about... Sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded that he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary, one who had killed the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, Velen Borshvik. We are really going with this. We're really going with this. All right. No, how could it be me? I don't look at anything like this man. Look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary. Good lord. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Oh my lord almighty. Ugh, please. And I might add, that your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. Bruh, exactly. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah, yes. The journalist secretly interviewed the man and printed all those peculiars in the article. the deeds he has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Can I have... Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. He is basing his entire argument on the fact that I am someone else, when he has photographic evidence! Kronk talking to Angel Litter on his shoulders. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities on a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Oh, we don't even know where Afghanistan is. To be fair, I don't know where in the Middle East it is, but I know it's in the Middle East. Here, take the paper for yourself. A little memento of this great deduction. Thanks, giving me evidence. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all of enough interest with me within its pages, but I seen a rubbish bin nearby. Oh, I see. I'm your trash can. Like Dumb and Dumber and Dumberest, but worse. Exactly. This brother over here, he has absorbed all the contents important, except the freaking image. I can understand if you got a haircut and shaved off all of your facial hair, but how can you hide that age difference and that bone structure? I guess technically you guys can't see the protagonist. Am I in the court record? No. Anyway. How old is he? 34? Not a person except me, apparently. The article has been added to the court record. Thank you. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Who the heck is that? She's very pretty. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruto-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you'd enjoy article like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. That is not what she was meaning, you idiot. But that's a good deflection. Good deflection. Play dumb. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Hello. Ah! Allow me to give you a short... Was that her screaming or me? I assumed it was me. Short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Navovich Ballet disappeared from Shanghai. She'll never think you're gay now. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? Why are Japanese names hard to pronounce? Heard that the woman was in costume when she was found missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Rubles? Something. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure that it must be an unbelievable sum of money. I'm gonna look that up real quick. I want to know. Well, I'm sure back in the 18th century it was an insane amount of money, but it's only $320. Okay, that's not as big of a deal as I literally thought. Oh, whatever. It was her. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. Oh, isn't that nice to say? Not what he meant, though. But, you know. The tiara is property of the Norovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Palvia and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhata. Excuse me? Oh, okay, so we have a separate article for that. Anyway, let me continue. Catch your eye over it sometime if interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Well, I already did that, so we can just continue. What were you just investigating? All of Russia trying to destroy the Crystal Tower. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe, for a moment, the desktop of the victim. Were you... see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but... don't flip me. I don't think you should read his private writings. It can upset people. Certain people. Tragic! And something you ought to perhaps educate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Sasito takedown is. She's not going to do it. Sasito-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I mean, trademarked already. I'm sorry, Naharuto-san. What on earth do you mean? Dang! Oh my god! Chick, that's not very ladylike. What are you talking about? Life is so unfair. It sure is. Welcome to women, Ryonosuke. You should have stayed with Kazuma. Till death do you part. Bruh. Indubitably, Sora. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely the diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what was the nature of the writing? Pray, be as precise to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. I don't even know if that's a real word. Sayonara, bonsai, milkado, nado nado. I trust you're subtly impressed. Ah, wait, what? Wait. Hold the phone. Okay, so... okay, well, he's talking about reading it. Okay, reading it. We're obviously all speaking Japanese. We have to be. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before, then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. Wait, what the... bro, this is not fair. I'm much obliged, my dear madame. I'm upset. The final entry here is Kazuma's diary consists of just two short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound. These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator girdle. Speckled band. Is he talking about the tiara? A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard of that expression before. Ventilator girdle, you say? The man was presumably referring to that. To the latest there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. It sure has. Are we done talking with you yet? Oh, please. I'm so tired. I'm losing brain cells talking to him. So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Something. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. If I am still too long, the sickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You were thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? Simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Yeah. Don't you realize how lucky you are to have multiple brain cells? You know, you would think after watching so much Bobobo in my life, I wouldn't have any left. You see, speaking Japanese, we don't know how to read it. I mean, I imagine that it's like real life. Like, learning how to talk is easier than learning how to read. We have English-speaking adults who can't read English. It's not common, but it's possible. Like, you know? I don't know. They're two different skills, I guess. I was thinking that myself, but it's like, you know, they're not one-to-one the same. Learning how to speak different languages, I would think, is harder than reading them, but, you know, to each their own. How many times are we going to show our wrists? Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? Only because of you. There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. What? But see, now I'm wondering. Did he actually never say anything? I mean, someone on the staff had a thing for cups. Wait. See, now I am curious. Did he actually ever say we were the culprit? He assumed we were the Russian assassin, but he didn't. He actually didn't. See, that's the thing. It's one of those things. You talk so long about so much nonsense, and then you question, did he actually say that, word for word? Or did he just imply it with his stupidity? But it doesn't matter. I feel like one more sentence would have explained this. One more text advance. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Exactly. See, I'm losing brain cells talking to him. This is how he gets people to believe his nonsense. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Are you going to say I'm Chinese now, or Japanese? Oh, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. Thank you. Oh, God. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. What? Okay. So what? You were looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Why? What are you talking about? What's on your knees, bro? You have Russian knees? Well, anyway, that was then, and this is now. So he can see our face then. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. I am so confused. Okay, I get it. This is hilarious to you, Mr. Sholmes. Now he's just being plain rude. Did he leave? Is that what we're... And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. Sense of humor is as twisted as his name. It really is twisted. Naruharu-san, what are you just standing there for? Huh? You must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Thank you, my darling. But aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There we go. There's no way I can... Hiya! There she goes. What? Why did you throw me again? After Kazuma spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate? Ugh, as if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. Bro, she wants you on the bottom. That's just how it is. I mean on the ground. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. I thought she was going to karate chop the chains in half, but I guess that's not what it is. I owe it to Kazuma for everything I can to find a way out of this. And bring the real culprit to justice. Alright, so... Is that... Something wrong there, Hado-san. Oh, no, it's just that the crewman sitting there by the door. Can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Oh, he's creepy looking. Yeah. No. 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 I know who it is. I know who this is. I know exactly who this is. I don't even need to see the next block. I know who this is. Oh. Of course it is. Of course it is. How did you get here? I recognize that face, but it can't be. Yep, there it is. You still dying, is? It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hasanaga. There we go. How did you know? What did you do? Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Are we still friends? Nearly stopped, I hope. I mean, he's a zombie, so I received some special orders going undercover as a member of the crew on board the ship. Again? What does the Japanese police have to do with this? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. Wait, how does she know much about him at all? She was even invited to dinner. She was at the celebratory dinner in the last case. She was the only one that didn't get invited. She got stuck with the paperwork. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. Could you unchain me, maybe? I never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Time to talk. Let's go. Special orders. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? You can't tell me, can you? Or can you? I'm so sorry. Nope, you can't tell me. But what's his voice? It was kind of slightly Britishy, I gave it to him. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asoi-san's bodyguard. Oh. And now he's dead. It was Minister of Justice Jinku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with assuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. So wait. Okay, so first off, alright, you failed. But we're good. So by the way, just in case anyone who didn't know, Asogi-san, that's Kazuma's name. That's Kazuma. Just for anyone who didn't know. I think Ramirez died, but it's okay. It's a shame it's getting good now. The second failure, and the second thing is there was the possibility that he could be assassinated. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. How could that have been a possibility? I'm thinking at the same pace as he is. I'm not sure, but these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jinku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a viable security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin, not here on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. If so, there's anything you can do at all to help now, just say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes. We need to be allowed out of this cabin. Please. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. We were in the closet. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason as to why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how... I do. Sasatoad knows. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you try to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhado-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Oh yeah, and we're still technically in tutorial bits here, because we're in... This is the very first investigation area of the game. It's just the same as when you're in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hasanaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I might be know what we can use. All I have to do is say the killer vented in there. That's literally what we're gonna say. Alright. There we go. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator girdle. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. It looks like it can pop off. The ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Wait, really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove these handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going to go against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I will lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep SOA-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhado-san. Just select a move and we can leave this cabin at last. An hour and a half later, we can finally leave the cabin. We've been here so long. Get that bug and carry. Let's get out of here. Kazuma's quarters. Oh, she's down there talking. First and foremost, we must get out of this cabin. Thank you. Alright, let's get out. I think I know what this... Is that a mouse trap with a horn on it? 7:48 a.m. First class cabin passageway. Whew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. I still want to know why the heck she was coming on to Great Britain. Like, not that it's important, I'm just wondering. Kazuma-sama was being sent out on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being set up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Oh man, the poor girl. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. Dude, he looks more enormous. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. like people in handcuffs. Should keep an eye on this. Naruhado-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. Wait, what? I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. I've been in the closet. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. No, please. She can keep doing that. It's adorable. I can't. Anyway, we need to move. Wait, should I examine anything out here? Let me have a look around. That is not one. What is that? That's a huge book on top of the table there, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing's so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such a beautiful handwriting. Uh-oh. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhado-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. This looks like a plan of the SS Beria. It looks like it shows each deck. Look. The Beria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually. But how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Are we about to really get explained what buoyancy is? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhado-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. How did that book not fall out of her sleeve, I wonder? The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they're enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. They don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. That doesn't answer anything. Let's see. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You? You're the stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Ouch! That wasn't very nice. Oh. You seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Sasatosan. I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me a name. I am Senior Crewman Biff Strongnov. Ew. The best thing just to avoid eye contact, I think. Oh, we could talk to him. Mr. Strongnov, I think. About this first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Beria steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Strongnov is not animal. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Ah! Sasato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like, da! I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Genius. Don't bully her! It is not permitted to visit others' cabin without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. I wasn't expecting to be able to talk to him. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? He's not going to tell us anything. His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He's a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? American? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? It's me. Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such men would have no interest in low-key student from insignificant Far East lands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there was anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Isn't that right? That is not your business. Alright. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Strumnov? Ah, all the time. So criminal like you cannot come in. Work it out. I wonder, can you tell us anything about last night at all? It is said about little boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. Did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? I can't. Susasato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. You didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything that was wrong in some way. Oh wait, how do I do that? I do that, or I can freaking, how do I do that? What's the thing I do? Where I said, no! Sorry! He did that thing where I can, I'm not so sure. I can, like, see people acting weird and call him out on it. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. But can I, there's not a button for that. This is enough, I cannot say more now. Oh. It's time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second-class area staying locked at all times. You escape when lobster whistles on top of mountain. Or as the English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? I didn't even realize that's what we were doing. Definitely. You let your guard down. Pressure drop! Okay, well, this I can re-examine. That book on the top table there really is huge. Pen with it, too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. We've done over this. So we have a look through it. Ready to neat, precise, blah, blah, blah. You wanna blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's just because it's... Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly... Okay, we did that part. Presuming that means there was nothing to report. Someone's getting their stuff covered. And that's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. Jeez, that was a joke? No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Her sense of humor. Okay, alright. I don't know if this is important. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship. It brings the vessel to a complete stop. I didn't know that's how that worked. Oh no, what's happening? Okay, I'm losing frames a little bit. Give me a second. I gotta take care of that dog, so I'll be back in just a second. I'm not gonna worry about freaking muting the mic. I'm just gonna get... Ha ha ha. I've returned. I wasn't gone that long. Ugh. Why is it so hot in here? It's not even that hot outside. It's only 72. Has this thing stopped doing anything yet? Anyway. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhito-san? You mustn't touch it! But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. The fact that these two can banter right now is I love how relaxed these two have gotten that quickly. You know what? You know full well that's not what the alarm is meant for. Oh my god, she's making me nervous. That pose. You need to calm down. Or do I need to calm down? If you were to bring this vessel to a full standstill for no good reason, you'd be even more in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. That's an interesting logic to jump on. Alright. This has been on my eye for a little bit. What is that? Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home from Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what this is called. Cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Wait, they don't have cheese in Japan? Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhito-san. The trap will shut on your fingers. Really? But... I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. You heading out, Zora? Alright, well, have a good one. We'll leave a message for you at the end of the stream. Okay, can we leave? This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. This is the one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-san wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever is in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? Even inside the cabin. It's a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Oh. Stand aside! Oh, I'm about to break the door down! No! Robotic cop. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I'll revel in kicking doors off the hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray tell, can I kick? Don't kick me. I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. What's with this music? Alright. Well, don't you look suspicious. Oh, what are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Do not be absurd. As you can see, there is nobody but me in this cabin. True. Someone does appear to be the only person in here. What's the plate on the floor for? But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me, and you are? I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm a great detective among detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. That's why I assure you, you may trust me completely. This man uses that magazine like it's a business card. A detective. I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So I might be as bold to ask you to open that small traveling case. What? Don't be stupid! How can one fit in small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Stop. Don't look at me. But it's moving. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhado? Yes, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. But stop reading my mind. A woman that can read your mind is the most dangerous thing on the planet. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Are we just gonna look around then? What the? Brother, well, do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? I don't really want to talk to you, but what are you doing in there? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe while I was waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call all my great powers of detection into service. Oh! And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. Time has come! Am I mistaken? You're mistaken. Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. We are? What? Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. Well, duh! You know what the most effective weapon is used against a Russian hiding a secret? That's racist. Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. I wouldn't think so. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh, yes, please! Well then, what are you about to see? It may well astound you. It'll astound me, alright, one way or the other. For I'm about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Just get on with it. Wait, are we actually doing something? Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on a first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh, I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering into my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. My God, he just points the finger at everybody. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Believe that, beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you have realized you've been discovered. Does it not? Look! Oh, Naruhado-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What an ineffable twaddle. Oh, yes. I read about it countless times in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. It's like a dream come true. Oh, God, you can smile, but good grief, you are so off base. I can hardly believe it, but All the color has drained from Mr. Roylot's face. It looks like somehow both Mr. Sholm's conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say. He's repeating the same drivel as before. Very well, then. Nobody deceive him because he's always just wrong on his own. I shall conclude. Oh, sorry. I hit the wrong button. Educate. I'm going to say it's educate. I must be reading it wrong. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Put plainly. Wait, the great deduction. The game is afoot. What is this? Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. What is happening? Topic 1. Old man's identity. Conclusion. Wait, is this gameplay? Wait, this is gameplay. Excuse me? So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now moving on. The question is then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? The creators of every visual novel. Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front-line page article, which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. The translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia and via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article is his extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your trinity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Velen Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. This is... Wait, this isn't it. A revolutionary... That's not even... Wait, do we... Wrongdoing. Oh, do we have to just sit here and put up with this? Now, as for my second conclusion... You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a gross grievous crime. And the proof is this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ugh! And I assure you, the eyes speak much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies within the figurative glance falls. Figurative glance. The proof of your crimes is before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This guy is clearly Japanese! It is time, I think, that the case be opened and the contents laid bare. No, I refuse! What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation. A young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. What? Don't be absurd! And what, pray, would the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. Are we not well suited for a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'idole betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your figurative glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can be found in the pages of the newspaper. But there's another, most stimulating article. We turn from the back to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Norvège Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Parvlea. This is nuts. Well, this isn't right at all, is it? I'm gonna have to piece this together, aren't I? Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. And still, I don't even know what he just said. I can't read. Please tell me you don't buy this. Sasan and Tosan. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about. Was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Thank you. I'm glad she's coming around. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? Pray. Not your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we've had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, I think we started a revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. Look at it, fit a 5-year-old in that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out of the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain leafness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to consort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhado, something has occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. That has cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. I think it's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little, maybe a little off itself, Miss Sato. It's just one or two keywords in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactically switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. That's what I was wondering. It's not that funny. You, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? I'm free! When did that happen? Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. He is a criminal. Well, I guess they arrested me on his word. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. Oh, I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay, let's get on with it. Oh, it's my turn. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. Let's see. So our dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously, catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. That's correct so far, I think. Ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such implement? The answer, of course, is starting us right in the face. Do I have to read this again? I'm not going to read this again. It's the same stuff. Verge of you to cut away your copious beard. No, that's not it. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword in here, Naruto-san. See if that helps matters. Mom says no dirty read all the dialogue. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we can even use to switch around that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott about to use those shears for? Oh, what the? Whoa, that's a weird... Okay, hang on. I didn't even see back here. If I can't change direction, I wasn't even thinking that. So...
Yes!
The golden locks. Correction. Yo, look at us! Oh, look at us! He's snazzy! You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Look at how smug he looks! I love it! Now I know why we had to take the shackles off. I like this. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Okay, yeah, let him go, let him go. Such lush golden hair certainly does not benefit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, still one very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Gender assumed! Credit stolen. Once again, my answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. It sure needs no further clarification. Evidence reveals that your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. No. Well, that was a shock. The only man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? Well, I mean, considering that it was a woman's scream. What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. Soon protagonist. This is strictly business, not some Yes, I understand. Say no more. She knows. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts all now. No, that's not true, given that Mr. Roy is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a completely different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Here we go. About the ballerina. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head! Renowned prima ballerina of Novak Ballet that appears from Shanghai. It would appear that we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Novak Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nicolina Pavlona. Oh, yeah! Drop the oh my god! Well, it's not really a head. It's... Dang, she is pretty. I love the earrings. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Palova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. The ballerina on the run. Solved. But what's the wrongdoing now? Oh, I know what it is. I mean, if we have a way to prove that. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing the most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlina. Taken unawares, people have... Yes, we know, I know. I assure you, the eye speaks so much more epic. And honestly, yes, I get it. The answer we seek lies where the fugitive glance falls. But we already know it's her now, so it can't be her inside the box. Woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime the young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. Unless she's a clone. You seem to look pleased, Naruhito-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? I love her so much. Stop it. Anyway, I love it. I can picture it already. There must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Okay. There it is. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. But how did the case move, though? Anyway, are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhito-san, try it on. Wait, what? Wait. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. You're too modest. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it before somewhere recently. Well, that's what I hit the A button, not the X button. Whoops. But I'm glad I did. That was funny. The tiara. Proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novak Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it is an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! Bullshit. I have no one. No family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Persia? It belongs to me! This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Mood. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? That's something. There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? Wait, are you still going on with this? You have staunchly refused to open the traveling case of yours in our presence. It's reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. That's a fair point. I actually did think that. Not so, Miss Palova. My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. You already have the contents of your case even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me. We are not well suited for a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de grace betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your figurative glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case. Written on the books on the shelf. What? Well, that ain't it. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic into the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? Just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written on a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true. But still, I know what it is. As Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction, I just noticed it myself. Then there has to be some other reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever was hidden inside that case should be revealed by looking at her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. I already know exactly what it is. Here we go. Yes! It's the rules. No pets. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. There he goes, it's moving again. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item hit. Listen, forbidden the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. These two are BAM! Got her again. What the? Bam indeed. Possession of a prohibited animal. Solved! We did it. Good job, boys. Elementary. Okie dokie. So this is going to be half, like, Ace Attorney investigations and half regular Ace Attorney, because it feels like it's kind of going in that direction. This feels like the kind of thing that that Miles Edgeworth would have done in his spin-off game. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlina. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet's company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Beria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is a trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it who let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? The verbal tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I mean, how am I supposed to know the difference? I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai, I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So that no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable man, I see. Put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. But is she the murderer? They just had to cut all my hair as fastly as possible, and picked up the scissors in my hand, and at that precise moment, we walked in through the knowingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Her expression, like, what? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? No, they're not. I don't believe it. There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Well, what is it? Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I will tell you. I want to know what's in the box! Well, Mr. Naruhado? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great... Wasn't that something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was something. It was certainly something. Yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlovna has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed! It is incredible! She got scared. And one more thing. Oh, yes, what? Observe your wrists. My... Yep, back to prison. Your hands are cuffed again. We needed them for the cutscene. We didn't want to animate it again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Ugh! When? And why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhado. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlovna has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote in about his diary really was. I admit I am getting interested myself. Okay, well, let's talk. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps the steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. I love the level of sarcasm in that one. He's like, perhaps. Miss Pavlovna, is there anything you can tell us? Cyclops. I don't know. Sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? Navix Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. Oh, they'll love you there. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. The tiara is mine! I needed to live! I have no money of my own. The Novik Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship, they've all been so kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. What? So she's a stowaway that's allowed? That's indeed the truth, Miss Pavlovna. Creates a most interesting conundrum. It does? Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhado? Why am I a Mr.? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. Maybe we should hear Miss Pavlovna's explanation to a conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlovna, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. She won't talk. However, the SS Beria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it! Of course! She's a stowaway. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside of the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. Yeah, he kind of glanced at the side. He's simping over here. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of the cabin came aboard. He looked at the side and got all dismissive. That is not your business. My chair's breaking. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here, too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. What? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I can never resist the touch of the dramatic. Seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. In fact, I really just... like, he's growing on me, but I still hate him. Yes, yes, Mr. Shelley. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So that was a waste of time. Sort of. So the friend you mentioned is not your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison and throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? Is it? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit. Ha! You couldn't at Russia land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea! Ah. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerinas, friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! This music, please. Really? No. Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it can satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Thank you. It's not a chicken. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret to not be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show. I would like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Alright, what do we got to present? It's been awfully quiet in here. I've been going on for so long. Yeah. Present this, right? This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. And it reads, at 1:23 a.m., I can hear the faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator girdle. A speckled band? I don't understand. Strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean anything to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No, I don't know anything. Oh. Liar. Liar. Look at that glare. She's lying! Uh-oh, uh-oh. No, no, leave me alone. Don't come in here. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast! Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. What? We must leave now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry about yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! Passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? Ugh, it looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Well, that was a big waste of time. Well, not really, but... And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Palovla's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued! Oh, goodness. See, the question is, do I keep going or do I stop here? I'm going to save at the very least. I gotta fix this chair one way or another. It's rattling underneath me. Yeah, because the wheel fell off. Is anyone still here? I feel like I should ask that before I do anything else. Who all is still here and been listening this whole time? Do we have a show of hands? I mean, I am. In one aspect, it's not a bad spot to stop at a checkpoint type of thing, but at the same time, I haven't been going crazy long. I still want to keep going. How long has this portion been? I don't actually know. I was planning on going not another 40 minutes or so, like around for another. Aqua's here too. She raised her hand over there and everything. That's true. What the frick just fell on the floor? What was that? I want to go a little bit more. I don't really know how far into things will be. Now you have an excuse to continue. Fantastic. Let us go a tad bit longer then. Have you been hearing what's been going on, Melts, in the background, or have you been too deep in your work? In your video editing? I can give you a... Well, actually, I don't even know how to give you a brief synopsis of what's happened. I feel like we spent a long time discovering basic things. I don't know. We spent a long time with the Herlock Sholmes. You have no idea what's going on? I mean, to be fair, we kind of all have been. I don't know what you know or what to summarize with. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clue as to what Speckled Band might be. We didn't manage to investigate it all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that Halo guarding the door. Doing stuff with friends. Ouch! I've been insulted. Ow! He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes! He's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. I don't... Oh, I can only examine and move. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to use the control stick. Did that. Did that. I guess I can examine him. Why not? Before I leave. At least we had a chance to look around in Miss Palovla's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe you want me to throw you out again. Oh, no, no, no. Definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhado-san. Stop reading my mind, woman! Is there anything to see? I mean, I can look at this door. That door leads to the second-class area. Is there anything new? It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. God, you know, I don't get you. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. Yeah, I know. You have to do that to me, man. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hasanaga has managed to uncover any clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Alright, back to the cabin. We haven't visited this place in a while, have we? There's like she offers little hints down there when we go into places. That's kind of a cool detail, though. What's that with you being called Sasito? No, Sasito is her name. Is it her last name or first name? Not me. Anything? Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hasanaga is unscathed. What do you mean? Wait, that's part of the game? He could be sus. Yeah, that's her name. Susato. Susato? I don't know how you're supposed to say it. I've been saying it Susato, I think. I thought like you knew the character. No, that's literally her name. Shit, you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhado-san? Literally sus Tato. Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Well, let's do it. He doesn't look the same. That's not him, is it? You, where'd you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hasanaga did. Oh, for that new Japanese, was it? Later, I roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room. Thanks for ratting him out, Rinosuke. He's back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hasanaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a stake at Lake Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhado-san. This is new to inspect. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. And they spell Russian word for wardrobe. There seemed to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruhado-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly ambiguous, I'd have to just spell out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. Exactly. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing in his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator girdle. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhado-san. We will! I told you I should stop drawing to video edit more. Yet I still draw. Same with me for playing games. You get this thought you draw it when you draw hands. You just not like drawing hands. That's why I hear like hands and feet are hard for people. Oh, he's over here. I didn't even see him over there. Oh my god! It's Sora's universal counterpart. He got roughed the heck up, man. Ah, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is... Please, do not worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain I had given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looked like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about our neighboring cabin. Yes, I understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes? I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. Oh, the poor boy. I was hoping... Ah! Nicolina Parvola, she's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please! What some of the melee fan doesn't know? No, that graceful angel. Alright, gotcha. You despise it? Yeah, that sucks. I'm just bad at drawing in general, so I wish I could. I'm sure if I really sat down and tried, I could. But I just don't know how. It's so difficult for me. Maybe if I was doing pen and paper, I'd be better, or pencil and paper. Anyway. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. I need to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, really. Ready to hand it over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. They're part of it that kills your motivation. I understand that. There's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished examination of the body, and she obtained the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. This was written in the report. What was that noise? What does that mean? His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. I'd spend way more time on it. I have any plans to have regular making videos. I think people would like it. I mean, maybe. Video editing is a casual hobby. I wish I had more time to edit videos, honestly. It's like, I mean, I do, but I just don't spend my time doing it. Maybe once I finish my move and have a recording set up again, I can actually try doing that again, or editing my streams. I just never make the time for it. I've been back into my writing recently, and that was kind of weird how the timing worked. I used to write a lot until I started getting into video stuff, because my life was changing in a direction, and I stopped writing because there was less motivation to, and went back into YouTube stuff. But then I stepped away from that, and because of I'm Fine, I put a lot of that down, and then once that was over, I started doing writing. The poison. but it turns out they found no trace of poison in the system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? The biggest enemy of a hobby is another hobby. Indeed, there's no other truth. Nobody knows, do we? Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are still no signs of a wound, such it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It's a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Sasatu's like, what? After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah! I think she's feeling bad because she didn't even trust me. And he had less reason to trust me than she did. It was a cervical spine injury. That is awful. What a way to go. Alright, so what else we got? Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept on about the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Well, actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? What he meant? The stain on the floor? Is one that over there by that piece of broken glass. Do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes. That must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it? Oh, excuse me. What is it, Sasato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does that mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuff on the floor? But what if he's just wrong? Indubitably, the mark on the floor has been added to the court record. There's no court, but okay. Alright, so we've learned a few things. Oh god, hello. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Bye. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It is my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. What did you get hit with? Alright, so what do we got? What's left to even consider? Oh, well, I haven't checked this, whatever this is. This is... Yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households also have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. They're still hungover. The party was crazy. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. Ouch. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Okay, well that didn't... Alright, well we can look at this vent again. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlovna's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlovna had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people on board would say the same about me, but if there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Anything else to examine? Those are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Bureau. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlovna has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as of yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Well, she also said she had no friends. Yeah, exactly, right? All the books provided to the passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf, according to Susato. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh, yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. You told me that. That's not new. Okay. So, I can't leave, can I? Okay. I don't think I can. Wait, I can leave? I wouldn't have thought I'd be allowed to leave. What if there's just a... What if there's just a corpse in there? Oh my god. Wait. Ah! Look, Naruhito-san! Seaman Strongov is gone! Strong enough? The burly Russian soldier who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la. I can't even read that. I did it the great detective way. Oh no. No, this caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Carpe diem. Let's get inside Miss Pavlovna's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that, Stringy Knot crewman comes back. It's Strongnov, not Stringy Knot. Back inside. Okay, so there's a bowl. There's a plate on the floor, probably for the pet. The books are knocked over. I'm just taking some census. The clothes are in there now. Miss Pavlovna isn't back yet. Well, yeah. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Oh, hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. What is she doing? Not a moment to waste, Naruhito-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. What were you doing? How did her hair do that even more for that? Not just for Kazuma-san. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Aw, that's sweet. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhito-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Alright, let's start investigating. I don't need to see that. The bag. Naruhito-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here. Yes. Why? Oh, good. What? I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like... She's adorable, and that reference is funny. That's 2 in 1. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. This isn't Narnia. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone can fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Palovla's friend hiding in here, but no such luck. I was checking the bag, but I guess it's close enough to the wardrobe. Okay, I want to check that vent. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator to another room. Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant in this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. Jeez. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Something among us. Exactly. I mean, her name is Sus, anyway. It's got Sus in the name. Okay, let's see. Don't ring it. There's one of these next to the bed Kazuma's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. Don't do it. We don't want to be caught. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. What was that? Reno. Okay, so this was something that caught my attention. This has fallen over too. All the books have toppled together. Look, every single one. Don't fix them. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. Exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad happens on the ship is because of me, you know. To be fair, none of it has happened because of him. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here, too. I don't like seeing things in a disarray. I know. You said that like 3 times today. That didn't really help anything. Let's have a look. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open. I noticed. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had kept secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals on board the SS Buria. Whatever. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? It couldn't have left. There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else, by the looks of it. Well, to Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. How did she get in here on the ship, then? I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Oh, God, you're adorable. Please knock it off. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhito-san. Kindly remember that. Yeah, you tell him. What did you think she was going to say, you idiot? Anyway, dish on the floor. Obvious clue again. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? No. What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship's gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Trash can. Nope, there's only trash here. So as every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a look inside and see what's been thrown away? Naruhito-san, it's poor etiquette to go sniffing through someone's rubbish, you know. those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. Nothing. There's hardly anything in here at all. Why would you not say, nope, there's only trash here? That's the thing. That's the quote. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. What a waste of time. Okay, tea set. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or, because Miss Pavlovna just came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you? Naruhado-san. Okay, so those aren't useless. Those are useless. Is there anything to interact with? There's gotta be something. Okay, hold on. There's... Like, yes, they're displayed in this cabin, too. Look. The rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I know. I suppose Miss Pavlovna realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stronghold doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes. So do I. What is left? The door, I guess? This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door does. With the bolts drawn across, there's no way anyone can enter the cabin from the outside. Yes, it's not particularly a heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. She's great. And it seals it perfectly, too, to stop any seawater from coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack of the closed door, either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Is there really nothing left? There has to be something. I'm missing something. What have I not inspected? I can't go any more to this side. Can't inspect the bed. Wait, what? Okay, I don't know what that was. I really can't check the gigantic burlap bag? I don't want to leave. Hold on. What? Okay. So it's that bell. There's a little chip on it. You're still on the boat. My dear Ramirez, I feel like the whole case is going to be taking place here, but we've been learning a lot of things. We haven't seen the investigator in a while or so. You're good on that front. We learned the secret of the secret ballerina lady in the next room. Okay, so but there's got to be something. Do I have the court record? I didn't look clearly enough. Okay, between one and a little past 2. You felt seasick? I felt seasick of that dude. No traces or poison. Okay, what is left? I can't talk to her either. There has to be something I'm missing. Something I haven't inspected yet. I really thought it was the bag. Can I check this again? something new. Do I... I can't leave. There's no way it's the right option. But I have no other options right now. Let me just try to go back to the hallway. And see if anything changes. Nope. Okay, something's in here. Don't watch an anime 1 or 2 days before Monday or school, please. Wait, what? There's gotta be something here. Am I just blind? Does anyone else see anything that I might not have inspected? Maybe I'm just freaking blind as a bat. You snap back to reality if you do that. What do I do? What do I do? Oh, I have an idea. Can I just move straight back to Kazuma's cabin? What if... Let me have a look. No, I thought maybe it might have... If something was in there, it might have crawled through the fence into this room, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Okay. But can I converse? I cannot. I just... What am I doing? What the? Oh. See, wait, what did I see on the floor? This isn't a clean crime scene. This is the another cabin. The next door cabin that the air vent is connected to. Okay, What is there left to inspect? The same cabin, but in mirror mode, essentially, yes. Wait a second, though. Hold on. That's actually a good idea, a good point. Maybe there's something I should be seeing from Kazuma's that should be in the other one. The room layout's a little so room layout's a little bit different. Wait, what's this? Hold on. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it was is broken to clean it too, but the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's a stained brick colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how could the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? It's because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Okay, well, that didn't give me anything new to work with, but at the very least... Okay. Okay, I'm stuck. Okay, we need to spend more time in the passageway? Let's see. Not that. Not that. the door of his cabin. This could be our chance. What? Burly Soldier doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We can investigate every last inch of that cabin. I'm not sure if we could go that far. We could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. I know. Ah! Jesus! Hello! Welcome. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look. Oh my God, what is he doing? I wondered what to do next. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. I heard him singing earlier, and I didn't even look over there, because I just didn't want to see him. I didn't know he was actually there. I did it the great detective way. I don't like that. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there are times I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. He's singing about himself. Excuse me. I solved it all and stood tall. I did it the great detective way. I get it. I know what you're singing. Mr. Sholmes! Look out! What is it? You want to fight? Oh my God, we're gonna scuffle. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, I was about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good time as any. I nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? She's like, oh yeah, boy, let's go. We're gonna do it. Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. He's dancing rather than fighting. He does. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log. It's penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student of the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Well, I was actually thinking the same thing as him on this one, so for once, he's gonna get the pass. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman often stands sentry in the first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He'd even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now. But we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling, nothing to report, in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered in the mental file of the court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Yeah. For once. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes. Brilliance. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Everyone's got headaches. What about you, Sasano? Well, my friends, until our next encounter. Be gone! He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders down off the passageway. Is something wrong, Sasano-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. The headache? Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Is it... Well, I guess we can go back. What was the situation here exactly? Back in here. Okay, is anything new? Ah, what's that? What is that? That's a siren. What is happening? Shut down the engine immediately. Vessel's headed to the quarter-mile forward. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Sasato-san, hold on to me. Ah! Wait, what happened? Sasato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhito-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yes, the ship's come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhito-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Look at her. I love her expression. She's like, oh, shoot. Don't talk. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hasanaga. Oh. Then you in there, Naruhito-san. Unbolt the door. Quickly. What the... Oh. Oh, I just realized something. It's not a locked room mystery at all. It's not a locked room mystery at all. Last night, during the Nothing to Report, someone must have Okay, I think I think I'm figuring it out. So something must have shifted the boat last night. That's why everyone's head hurts. Everyone's head hurts. But everyone was still asleep. They must have hit their heads when the boat shifted. But see, you can see because she fixed the bookcases in the room, so when that happened, all the books were shuffled too, and the doors locked. What the bolt? Oh, the brain meats are finally starting to turn. Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Sasato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhito-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Yeah, I got you. I better tidy this place up first. Wait, why? Why would you keep him waiting? Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Wait, we have another... Wait, we only had a checkpoint 40 minutes ago. What? Sure. Okay. I spent way too long on the first segment then. That must have been what happened. Because what? We spent like 2.5 hours, or 2 hours at least on the first segment to get to the first checkpoint. And then the second checkpoint comes 45 minutes later. Alright, let's keep going for a little bit. I'm going to be wrapping up soon, though, so don't worry. But now it's like I can't. I gotta see. We're back at the cabin. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sasato-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt. We're in trouble. Hi. Hi, everyone. Yo, what are you doing in Miss Pervolia's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears it has been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. The person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything's in chaos! Passengers are screaming! Crew are running everywhere! This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil! Sorry, me. I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlona. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man. Da! And he has stories as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Says the other stowaway. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil. This doesn't look good, does it? There's cell below deck. Throw me in. Tomorrow, talk in Hong Kong. Then give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hasanaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. What do I do? What do I even do in this situation? I don't think inspecting the room is going to help me. What the frick? Why are you here? Why are you here? What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? And he's got the crown! Naturally, I was analyzing what weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? Is it mere tomfoolery, my boy? Oh, no! Well, why are you hanging from that hook before, then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if we could bend the conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. This guy is insane. Ugh, I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector! I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me elsewhere, somewhere other than the hook on the wall next time. He's doing the Macarena again. Eh, Macarena. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the Steamship Mura, has been solved by me, naturally. Oh, she's nervous. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Oh no. Duh, you have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway. He has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim, because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, that's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Da! Locked room! That is point! The room was locked. How do you know that? Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. Dude, I wonder if he's doing what he's figured out what I figured out. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin, despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open mouth that you all eat as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator? You think this is funny? Can't even put my arm through that hole! That's because your arms are as thick as a tree trunk. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. She's softly nervous. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator girdle. Sussy baka. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Oh, he's got the goggles. Oh, he's going! He's going again! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? He's going insane again. There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. He is crazy! I'm about to expose for you all. We'll see. The UFC will shock you to your cores. Behold! Hiya! What the? Did he just punch me? It is a snake! It's huge! Look at that boy! Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band. A snake? Undoubtedly. Everyone's really surprised. Except him. He's just kind of okay with it. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more strippy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the Striped Band, wouldn't you? Speckles and the whole 7 weapons, it could be. You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think that's precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? Oh my god. How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. I think you should. Are you ready, Miss Pavlovia? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are 2 conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number 1. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number 2. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. He's blaming the snake. No. She's turned white as a bowl of rice again. She wasn't already? Shows me right. He's hit the nail right on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. He can't speak. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! Oh, here we go again. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Okay, let's see. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlovia, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. That you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, Your aching heart smarts with pain. Well, that's not right. And it is that very pain that evidences your execrable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? I can't read that word. Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before. It's not the serpent, though. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. This music is so good, though. What explanation can we again give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes that night? What is she doing? No, don't look at me. There's nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden beneath your back. Yes, that is what you are trying, but failing to conceal. Will be the snake's sloth's skin. Wrong trap, buddy, but evidently after the subtle and horrible crime, the most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you are talking about. That's a good idea, but it's not real. But I like his train of thought, but that's not right. Last night, through the ventilators visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. And using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as the speckled band. She has no idea what he's saying, but I get it. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings changes each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. What the frick? No. Okay. How Mr. Asaki died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. It was spinal injury, but that didn't necessarily how this young man lose his life, and why. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there are no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. No, my friend. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Dude, what the frick? She is guilty of sin. Yes, the examination of the body will prove the cause of death conclusively, except it won't, though. We are almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the victim's fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vicious seeds of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point faking endurance, Miss Pelovola. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. Stop that. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. My God, Sholmes, what are you on? He thinks it's the snake still. I think he has a point, but he's got the right train of thought, but it's the wrong, like, you know, he's missing some details. Earlier we had to fix his details. That's what we're going to be doing. When we first came to this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. It's telling me that the victim made a note of the low whistling sound he heard in Mumble's bench before his end. It was your signal, wasn't it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you put up the serpent through the ventilator and wait. After a period, you summon it back with the whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. What? What are you doing? You deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true! Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible, except that it's very fouled. He was strangled to death. That's what my thought is. Excludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Uh-huh. Everyone's like, what? Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to taming any creature. That's not milk. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Rita Soki, you really don't believe that, do you? Amazing, your deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. What? She's gonna call bull on that. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions to my method. As to my method, I will answer both loudly and proudly. Please don't do either. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Well, no. Ah! It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see? So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova will use some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk is merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah! Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal the snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales of Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. She's smarter than he is. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are to be inept to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing, and she's ripping him apart. You have more? Dude, he's just learning the flaws. It's so fun. Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder! Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, don't yell at the girl! The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator in the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine that the snake could have had any part in this. It's funny because we literally could have been off scot-free, but she's not going to blame the snake. I like that, though. But it's really bad for me, because I could have gotten out of this. But, you know, it's alright. We'll get through it the real way. Because we have a real murderer out here. The snake didn't do it. Because she probably didn't do it either. I think it was the sailor for some reason. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhado. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions, and then turn them into the great ones they ought to be. We are literally being the great Sherlock Holmes. I had a feeling that was coming. Oh, so did I. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for. Mr. Naruhado? Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? I know it's so stupid, but I enjoy it every time it happens. You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone! Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see that they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Again, but with our interpretation this time. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright, let's see. Let's go up there. First off, the identity. We believe it's the snake, so it's not correct. Moments ago, you claimed the following. I'm just gonna read it quickly. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. You cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Well, it's not that. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death was weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression, then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pelova. What's causing her pain? Oh, shoot! There's a... What the frick? Claw scratch? I didn't even check it. Oh, Naruhito-san, look! I went to present it. It looks like a very painful wound. Looks like the scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratch it doesn't appear to be around here. I was trying to...
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch marks with pain. Indeed! And simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pelova, did you in fact receive that scratch? From sometime last night? Ah! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death? So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend from which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Well, that's correct, there's a friend. As a cat owner, those scratches don't seem unusual at all. Another glance. I gotcha. But it's not the snake. Your friend is... Well, if it's not the snake... It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pelova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Okay, so that's what I said. She was like an angel. She was like a stowaway. But he has a bias towards her, and he's protecting her. So what if Kazuma was murdered to keep her existence a secret? It was Hamba! Your friend of hers doesn't accept. Snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet, which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhito-san. That's where we'll find the answer. It's him.
Yes!
Wait, what? Forget about how you could have brought him aboard in your case, or how he could fit through the ventilator. Oh no! Wait a minute! No! I acted too quickly. A true friend always finds a way for you, and when that more dependable friend could ask for, then Seaman Bifstragov. What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Dang, what? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhito. Kindly perform any particular experiments on your own stage. Ugh, sorry. Oh, okay, I wasn't. Alright, so let's try that again. I was aimed at her friend. Okay, we know that same friend is probably responsible for the scratch on the back of her hand. You also know that whatever it is, this friend must be small enough to pass through the ventilator. That really ought to narrow it down. Let me scout around again in the direction she looked. Kitty! She does have a cat! And there's the bell! Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlovia brought with her when she ran away. So where the snake it's a red herring then, entirely. She doesn't own a snake. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. We better take a closer look at this.
Yes!
Ice, you called it! Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. I didn't think a snake would move around too much, but honestly, these games have done weirder things. Yes, the scratch of the bark of the back of your hand makes it abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. Where the hell did this snake come from? The victim's written explanation is not in question tale of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me! It has nothing to do with this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, behind your back. Is this protagonist? I think he's an ancestor to Phoenix Wright. Okay, it's not the skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Exactly! Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholm's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. Well, I mean, I cannot deny the results here. I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe I'm making me believe that that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlovia hiding behind her back? Well, do I just rotate it around? Oh, this could... That's not a... Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be sort of soft and fluffy, like a long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This is sort of common in the West, apparently. You know, I was thinking sort of like that when I saw it from this angle. How's that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. Haha! It sounds positively adorable. It's a cat. Ah, so we had to check it first.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you are trying, but failing to conceal, is, a cat's toy. Precisely! In the true nature of the now infamous speckled band! Ah! And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feeling having disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to entice the creature to return. I was thinking that too. So she had to go in there and get the kitty, because it probably didn't leave. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlovia's, which last night infiltrated the scene of a crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Added to the court record. We're still doing that at this stage? Goodness. How much more do we have to learn? It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. How did she get up there? She scratched the back of my hand, and then ran up the bell cord. Ah, before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darkash, he is so naughty. Well, the intruder identity has been revealed. A beloved kid. So the next part is still to go. How he died. But now it's even more confused. There was never a snake. Except I don't know where this one came from. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? It's... According to the data, of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there was no visible signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Well, we know that's not true. Mr. Shulman says it's true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Shulman seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Oh, he doesn't have the autopsy. Or post-mortem, whatever. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
The post-mortem report. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew there was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath can be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stronghold isn't some kind of immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we see now in good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Well, that's not going to do anything. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably Darkin didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit his head on the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? I haven't even examined this yet. Oh, well, nothing, just a bunch of nothing to reports. Well, it's gotta be this. It's gotta be this. It doesn't explain what happened, but there's nothing else that makes sense that we have. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. A particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. Goodness, this is just going. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot on that point of the floor and tripped. No. No. Did the kitty trip him? That would be so terrible. Did he trip on the kitty? Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Ms. Pelova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all that you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid evidence that links you to the victims at that traveling case. Well, that's not right, obviously. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor's shoes does seem to suggest that's what happened. But... And if this part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlovia is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction she cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Alright, let's see. Can I'm trying to change the direction. Okay, look in here. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first class cabins have it. Yes, I know. But Miss Pavlovia started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Aha! I knew it! There's only trash here. Except there's not. Billy Mays died the same way, dude. Right? Silly Sholmes is trying to act smart all the time. Exactly. No, I get what you're saying. What's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
That's right. You hid evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely! We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. No! So, Miss Pelova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was inevitably broken at the scene of the victim's death, be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. Was that in that hushed Russian action of yours will tell you this time, dear girl? Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhado. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlovia and the little glass bell. That would be the photograph. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from the darkest collar, is the very glass bell in question. All this to hide the fact that she had a cat. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pelovova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fatal stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. He really tripped over the kitty. It's so sad. That's all it was. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. How unceremonious. And that's all cleaned up there. That takes a long time, honestly. And here we are, it's 20 minutes later. I think. I don't know how long it's been. I've been fixing his mistakes for a while. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired a rather nasty wound in the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again, by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Doc always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pelovoi trying to retrieve her pet, because of her propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Oh no. But no one... Oh no. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. And then afterwards, nothing. I was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Miria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. Mr. Zoki was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. The combination of the unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back to the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they wouldn't send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Palovia, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Look at him! Oh my god! It's adorable! What is this? It's his snake! Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Poryozyoko. Huh? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. Did not expect to find him here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha, we had sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without a close friend, without someone who understands. Couldn't you find someone a little more human who could understand you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Poryozyoko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see a big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Like they say, milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snake that drink milk are only its stupid stories. Poryozyoko eats mouses, big fat round mouses. Ah, oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! I was gonna catch Friend's favorite food! You thought it was his pet? I didn't even think about where the snake came from. Well, I did, but I didn't think it was his. Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My poor Zuko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. He fell over. It's so sad. That's I don't know if that's worse than being murdered. At least that means no one really had it out for best boy. He just sleeping with the kitties. God, so terrible. Miss Pelova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikitoga? What lies? What? This Miss Pelova just confessed everything. It was just her series of unfortunate events. An accident. What do you gotta say, Sholmes? Are we done? I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhado? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pelova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh! I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhado, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been hiding your shackles. Finding your shackles too uncomfortable? Ah, not again! When did he do that? Especially as they are on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes. Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. Was he just screwing around this whole time? No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhado. Yes, whatever that may be. Climax time? I think we're in the climax of this. This is the key to this discrepancy in Miss Pelova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. Now that scene, your cabin really came to be. What's this music? Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhado. So then, shall we begin? Yes! What should we ponder first? Is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That was to be established in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take it a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, is it? Or does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pelova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhado. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Horikoshi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Exactly. Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese, in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. And it is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Usogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Huh! Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Usogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Polvia's told was true. What? So Sasato's innocent too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. There's a piece of evidence that proves that this was no accident. In other words... Wait, hold on. What are we thinking of? Wait a minute. What exactly are we? Return to the question. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... Is it the paper seal?
Yes.
What point are you trying to make with that evidence? Okay, hold on. I'm starting to see... Okay, this isn't right. I think that you are starting to see nothing of the sort. And that was the evidence to prove it. Ugh. If it was no accident, then what we should be looking for is one of two things. Yeah, I'm brain farting here, I guess. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Most stupendously put, my dear madam. Ah, I see. I confess you're rather languid, I see. Doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Naruhado. No, Mr. Naruhado, I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Sholmes does, anyway. Jeez. Yes, it's starting to take shape. Okay. What are we... Another piece of evidence that proves it was no accident. I'm thinking it's possibly this.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. That was a wrong train of thought. When it was broken in half, the victim tipped over and the cat fell. So we have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? That's what I was thinking. But I didn't really know. The question confused me. Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell that was in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pelovova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up for his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... Wait, what? You're wasting time! Someone else was there? Da, of course, we know this! What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh yes. But you can't explain the thing away. The only other person in the cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for their crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. Why wasn't this person taking all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely cast any light into the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Oh, whoa. Seaman Strongov. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skill, and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of this ship's band. Wait, what? You don't accuse Ship Angel of being criminal? Ah, no, so that's how it is. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible, I give my tooth. Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How could you be so sure? Oh, you are a great detective, you should know! Read the article? Look through thin eyes, cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors? Нет, it's impossible! Ugh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around. We've been over this, so they can close from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not bond doors! Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find in any modern steamship. Constructed of the heavy steel, not with a gap in sight, no threads, no needles, no magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. Mr. Naruto suggested it earlier, so how can you shift the blame onto me like that? So Seaman Strongov has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. He's suddenly becoming more British in his accent. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin,
We can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhado, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. Yes. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhado? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhado? See, now all of a sudden he's like really smart, or he's just acting like he knows what he's doing, but I think he was just letting us do the work. He said it was a distraction. He was having fun with us. Well, we know it. The books. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines were thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. And why any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, that's what's known as the force of Interla acting on the objects. Is there nothing that Sasatosan doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? I was thinking the exact same thing! Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over all those books on the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ha! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hasanaga. Oh, yes! That's it! That's what the ship stopped suddenly. The bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of Empata, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed, there's a bug in my face? I'm video climaxing right now. That didn't sound right. I'm very sorry to future Sora. That was not what I meant. Yeah, buddy. That's how he shifted it. Very clever. The SS Beria made another emergency stop? Everyone hurt their heads, too. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments... It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came back into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Asogi's cabin. There's a bug in my face, the 9,000. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pelova? You out of your mind? You say Beria made emergency stop! It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button on the passageway outside? Use to trigger the emergency alarm. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of an emergency. Man, imagine that came back around. On the dark nights and the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to carry any crewman to raise an alarm. To allow any crewman to raise an alarm. Sort of button. One is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Oh, he's doing it again. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. Wait! Sholmes hit the button earlier?! The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Dude, he's so diabolical! What?! There's no... What? What? Mr. Sholmes? Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed. Whatever the occasion. He did say something like that. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with sheep! I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider. Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots! Bury a cruise ship with many passengers. If we did make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhado? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support the idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhado? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? Where is it? The ship log.
Yes!
Seaman Strongov, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Da! It is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, so you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift barrow in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care, with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose! That is where I put it always! The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night to the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing was recorded in the log. That is... Duh! Because nothing happened! But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Bura. Something significantly significant to make you forget to fill the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop had really happened, surely all of us would have noticed? That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. Can't imagine that anybody could sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no. That's a good point. What of the throbbing? See, he knows! Oh my god! What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We all have suffered with it. Ah! Oh, yes. I have had a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I! My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been affected, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. That's how he slept through the murder, sort of. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. Yep. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And I had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Because you were conked the heck out. Tell me, Mr. Naruhado. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? What? Where is this coming from? I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with by the addition of a sulfuric designed to induce a heavy, deep slumber in those who consumed it. How? How could this have happened? A sleeping drug. Oh, hi, Ice. Welcome back. Do you mean? Well, back from the dead, anyway. When did Popeyes, whatever? Everyone has salmonella now. Whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so that no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? But why? Mr. Naruhito, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of the passenger on board with a sulfuric drug would be certainly impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? They're gonna freaking indict the whole ship? Well, Seaman? Eh! You took attack as that. What the heck? I don't know which of those things would be believable. Isolate. I'm sorry that any more deception on this matter will get you nowhere. I don't know if you've been half paying attention or what, but a lot has happened in the last half hour, or the last 40 minutes. If you refuse to talk, there would have been an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Gotcha. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame and the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You all right? We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Dah, we cannot make all drug. How'd you say it? Dissolve? Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boats. While all the passengers of the SS Berea slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing poison their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma cabin's door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. There would have been a complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course, just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. to which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quiet, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabins, soon doors bolted anyway, and not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. This is insane. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. I think they all got hit by the sudden stop, which is why their heads hurt. I don't think it's the result of the drug. I think it's just that, you know, the two things together. That's what I'm getting. You've talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Yeah, we're back to this. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. Was they going to say that the use of works or cocaine? All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just little girl. You like speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am a sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation, to me, is everything. Mr. Naruhado? Oh, yes. Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry? You've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. The observation is the basis of all deduction. I do not think that is safe. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. I feel like that should have come 45 minutes ago. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. I should have stopped. It just keeps going. Closing arguments, it sounds like. So, Mr. Naruhado, your assistance if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two perfectors. He angry. Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruhado, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows that someone else was there on the night that Kazuma died. I know exactly what I'm looking for. Chunky arms. I'm looking for... Oh my god, this is... Aha! I was about to say, we're looking for the ink.
Yes.
Seaman Strongnov. How many times is his name gonna change? I can't read, I'm sorry. My mouth is slurring. I don't have any drink left. Seaman Stronglov. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh. Oh, yes, I am. I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. This very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Strongov's uniform. I think that's what made it as clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhado, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves the stain on the back of the uniform really is... okay, yeah, it's this. There's no other instance of it. He said the word. You do lose brains after playing for this long. If I had known, I said this last time, but everyone came back, so I was like, okay, I'll keep going. I thought we were almost done. Yes, it's this photograph, and in the ink it shows what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? And rather, why is that game just using that as the word sailor? Because it's Capcom. A rather unusual color of ink, purple. Ugh! Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the same in the back of your uniform is ink of the exactly same color. If the ink had been dry, it wouldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes, it was me. I did it. Everything. What? I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like wardrobe man did it. Then I pressed button to make Beria do emergency stop and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Do not worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Yeah, he tripped on a cat, allegedly. And then our angel came to me. She was white like sheets. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I look inside, I saw student boy on floor. So he did still die by accident, right? What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped... Oh, sorry, that's us now. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Polivio visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pelova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you! When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside. I'm asking Miss Pelova. Well, Miss Pelova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So this is that finally it. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Everyone can read da. Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? In this photograph? Yes, I took it myself, you know. I don't care about that. The cause of death was broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. In the unfortunate incident that participated in these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. Well, there's a lot unnatural with it. What do you mean, natural? Dude, we know you wrote the word. What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhado? I'm hoping that we're gonna be done soon. Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? Well, a lot of it, but we're talking about the fact that he could write the words. The word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma. So if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. Particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. I mean to identify another point. Well, yeah, could you be more clear? Oh, I see. I imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Yeah, you'd fall on your back. In my opinion, if you landed as the victim appears to have done here, it would be most unnatural. I'm sure you'll reach the same conclusion. How thoughtful are you, Mr. Sholmes? Thank you very much for your gentle guidance. I couldn't pick that. If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Oh, we have to. It's him. He's on the wrong side of himself. Must be here. Sure. Okay. Okay, I know what I want to say. He's. Oh my god. I don't need your lecture, old man. I know what I want to say. He's not. He should be on his back. No, I mean to identify another point. I know. Is it his head? Would you have landed the victim has? What of your hands? Wait, what? You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I... Wait, what did he say? His other hand? Or is it his head? I don't know what we're trying to push at this point.
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident. How was that supposed to be the indicator for what I was trying to say? Yeah, but being right isn't good enough. Exactly. His fist just doesn't seem quite right. I wasn't thinking about that. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Well, I didn't really think of that. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? I have absolutely no idea at this point of the game. What is it? Show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. What? What the... I'm what? But how? I'm really confused now. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you are right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing! I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before, and we have. With her single earring. I'm so incredibly shocked. What is it? Observation, Mr. Naruhito. That is the key. You've been saying this for 45 minutes! What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue. The last piece of the puzzle! Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes!
Yes!
Her right ear. Miss Pelova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part seems to be missing. A little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. What? But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. Ah! Don't believe it! So, now the missing crescent moon was found on the victim's clenched fist. Clearly there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Naruhado? Yes. Miss Pelova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your very own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no, Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pelova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Kazuma, blah blah blah. Firmly grasp it in your hand. Oh, are we gonna see a recreation? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then, when I was at last in his cabin and could relax after this horrible long day. Dorka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared to the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Wait, what? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes. I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nolina Parloka, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. Oh no. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai in the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. I was only a second, but it felt like forever. She pushed him. Wait, I shouted, and then... Dorka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stronghove, who was on duty in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and... Bruh! I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." And for most preventable death goes to... Exactly. So you decided to help, and that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went to the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there, and that's why I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. I was gonna say, when did he know? So then you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Sanatostan started to believe me when she said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And to tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I did not notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job by pushing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Beera did indeed come to an emergency stop at a little after 2 a.m. thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut to screen the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Palovana. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes, but even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member on the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said at first that made me scared. What he said first? He said, "Let me get another opinion." What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, that part. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was a friend of mine. He had... How did she think of that in that moment? He said that an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. That's the reason. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Palova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. Wow. What do you think, Mr. Naruhado? Well, I know what he was going to do, if that's the question. Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain. But he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhado, the day's work is not done yet, it seems. It really isn't. There's one more deduction. You said that a half an hour ago! He said it! What? Another deduction? That's what I'm saying! Just let it go! Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? I know what that is. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? Well, we can't see it, but I know, as a player, what's happening. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. Isolate what? Oh, because isolate, stop! No! The cabin has been my home for the entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Holova visited Konosuba. I said that way too fast. That's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhado? Yes! If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze of where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pelova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? No hesitation. I know what it is. Why not? Given everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe. And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Oh! Miss Pelova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no! Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Right? I know, Ice. Miss Pelova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? This is sad. I mean, it's been sad from the beginning, but like... And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic incident on the SS Bura was finally laid to rest. Good lord, about dang time. I forgot to flash so many times. Alright, a whole 12 hours later. So we're gonna actually wrap it up now. What will happen to Miss Pelova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. About the fact that she ran away from Russia. Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia, then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Strongnov? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, and how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death was like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pelova, won't you? Ah. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange our passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. Really? We're in the ocean, so you should get back to your cabin now. Really? We're gonna be sent home? It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Yep, she's here. Sasuto. Sasuto-san? Naruhado-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hasanaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh, this poor child. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that. Sasuto-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. Now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now I know the truth. That it was just an accident. It's just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhado-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Who is that? Oh. Spectre. My duty was to see Asohi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I let everyone down. Is he crying? And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. What the? And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? Surprise, Mr. Naruhado! What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. He thinks this is funny? Are we gonna slap him? Slap. Give him the slap. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. Heart-tending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. Well, we're not going to Britain. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway! The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Sasuto-san. I can't say her name right at all. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. Alright, have a good one, Ramirez. If you're still there hearing me, I'm glad you've at least been quote interested about them. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. Oh, but there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good amount of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. They gotta both look at me. I was like, Miss Susato. Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhado. Oh, unless Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhado? Yes, I have a month of which to study, to learn when I must become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhado? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out! I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato? Oh my gosh, that's adorable. I think it's a wonderful idea. That's the most sincere smile she's ever had. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, 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 it's madness! Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? He just throws you into a wall. That's what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting the adorable smile that melts your heart. Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all are. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until the very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. This is really good, though, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh! Thank you, Inspector! If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. Jeez, I should have broke. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhado? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you. I love these two. And Miss Naruhado, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Kuruma. Is that how you say it? It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it, always. Alright, have a good night, Ice. The case is wrapping up, so I don't think there's anything left to miss. So then, Miss Fusato, seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhado. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fare every spare moment with study. Oh, look what you've done now. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. What? 3 times. What? Excuse me? Girl, what? What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times! Wait, it was a 5? I've lost count. Ah, that number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how! I've never thrown anyone in my life! Very wise, Mr. Naruhado. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. You're still here! What is he doing here? I thought he left! Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently, it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How be going? I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am somewhat of an accomplished boxer. They're gonna fight. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your assisting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Wait, no, me? No, not me. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhado? Wait, sorry? Hiya! Why? Why again? As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. What? Oh yes, quite interesting indeed. And that is the term the Susato Takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato Squash. Wait, what? What's the difference? Is this where the chapter ends? In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered in my mind. Good lord, please let me go. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asagi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from a katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its order to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through for the end for you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Da 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 da! Are we done? Please? Oh my god, finally, it's over. Oh my god. Crash Course Candidate awarded. Yes, we're done. I don't even know who's still here. I think everybody left. Right there at the end. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and leave. I greatly apologize to you, Sora. I literally... Oh my god. I should have known better. People said it was gonna be... probably still be long, but I just did not even think It felt over like 2 hours ago. I just thought, it's just right there. No, it did the same thing again. I should have trusted my gut and stopped around 3 hours. Like, just go to 3.5. It's fine. And then everyone was here for a little while, and then it just kind of just got all out of hand. Why don't I listen to myself? I should have trusted my gut, and here we are, 5 hours and 40 minutes later. But I couldn't just not see what happened to the boy, you know? He was there. I couldn't not see the conclusion to what happened to your boy, Kazuma. I'm gonna miss him. But, to wrap it up, I'm gonna go now. Thank you guys for watching. Yeah, and I'm very sorry. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye, everyone. And I promise next time will be short. I'm sorry. Bye-bye, everyone.